morning. Good morning, my friends. Thank you so much for coming to spend your Tuesday, May 7th with me, 2024. Today is only day 6 of the Karen Reed trial, and we're here for it. So how is everybody doing today? The only bad thing about this channel is that I always want a damn cupcake, says Persephone. I know the feeling, but there's something about looking at cupcakes that is sometimes, almost as satisfying, right? I had thought I scheduled this for 8:50 today, so I apologize for my tardiness, but it happens. We're waiting. I'm waiting. I've got NBC 10 up because that's where we've been watching the coverage, and the audio I thought was pretty good yesterday. So what's on your minds today, my dears? What is on your minds? Red Solo cups, leaf blowers, brown Stop and Shop bags. Oh my. Oh yes, I put a red Solo cup in the emojis. I see somebody already used it, so we have that. We have that this morning, and we also have, what else did I put in there last night? A wow. Here's the wow. I'll put that in for you. And somebody said they wanted a wow in there. And then we got up to our max, I think. Oh, there's a fan. Here's the fan. The fan is like a Tiffany blue color in honor of my Tiffany blue walls behind me, because my favorite movie is Breakfast at Tiffany's. And so years and years ago, I took a Tiffany box to the paint store and I said, can you match this color for me? Because I would like nothing more than to wake up inside of a Tiffany box every single day. And I did. Fracas. Yep. Some other takeaways from yesterday. It's a fracas and a melee. And, I realized after I went back and watched some of the coverage yesterday, because, when I'm focusing on you and the chat and engaging and streaming, I miss parts sometimes, little parts. And the one thing that we missed yesterday is they never went back to talk about whether or not all of this new information regarding Katie McLaughlin was going to be able to come in, and all of the pictures. And so many people reached out to the defense firm, came out of the woodwork and said, I went to high school with Katie McLaughlin. They were 100% besties. In fact, they still are, apparently, because somebody sent in a picture of Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert at a baby shower in June of 2021, which was only 6 months before the murder of Officer John O'Keefe. So she perjured herself on the stand, according to the defense firm. That's what they're claiming. And this stuff should come in for impeachment purposes, and they never got back to it. Who, if anyone, hello, good morning, Barry Stevens. Judge said they deal with it this morning. Well, I think yesterday she said either today or tomorrow. But again, if they didn't deal with it immediately, it should have been dealt with, in my opinion, immediately, because that gave the prosecution 24 hours to prepare for it. And no, sorry, if your witness is going to get up there and perjure herself, and then the defense comes out with information to refute that, it should be dealt with immediately. In my opinion, that's time sensitive. They shouldn't have 24 hours to prepare for that. So what do you think? What do you think? Numbers, I bet they address things after trial today. I don't know. It's 9-1 today. So she likes to get out of there by 1. It doesn't mean she's only keeping the jury until 1. And I don't know why they have half days on Tuesday, Thursday. It may be because she is a judge in civil court and she may have to deal with other matters on other cases in the afternoons, conferences and stuff. Yeah. The open paper bag on the bare garage floor right next to the alleged murder weapon. So you can bet that the defense theme is going to be, oh, you found some DNA on the taillight. Well, isn't that because the taillight was right next to the open containers of blood, the Solo cups that you got from the neighbor? And by the way, it wasn't just a neighbor who lived across the street. It was the deputy chief of the Canton Police Department who lived across the street, Tom Kelleher. You live there, you know. I don't live there. Was the drinking glass ever collected, Cat Mom? Yeah, they say it was. They say it was bagged into evidence. Was it ever tested for DNA? I don't know. It's insane. But they're just acquaintances, though, says Mike. Yeah, they're just acquaintances when they were hugging each other right next to each other at a baby shower in June of 2021. And I'm sure, knowing that the public is so outraged by what's going on there, that more recent things may even surface. from, last month. I don't know. But it's not smart. Perjury is not a good idea. Those of you from New Hampshire or from anywhere that watched the Adam Montgomery trial with me, or the Kayla Montgomery situation, or the Adam Montgomery firearms trial know that Kayla Montgomery, the wife of Adam Montgomery, went to jail for almost 2 years for committing perjury in front of a federal grand jury when she told the federal grand jury that she was working at Dunkin' Donuts at the time that Adam Montgomery was taking the life of his very sweet young 5-year-old daughter, Harmony. That was horrifying. But she did spend almost 2 years in prison, prison, I guess, by then. So it's a thing. It's a real thing. And it would have been so easy for her to just say, oh, yeah, we went to high school together. We hang in the same circles. I see her occasionally at parties. There probably are some pictures of us together out there, but we haven't spoken about this case. And I haven't been to her house, and we lost touch. Something like that. It is perjury, Bay Harbor Beauty. I need to go back and look at her testimony exactly again, but I think she did say she hasn't spoken to her in years. So there may be a fine line there with semantics, but we're going to, I need to go back and look. Mozzie, perjury wasn't fun for Kayla. No, it sure wasn't. Sure wasn't. And then she rolled over. Oh, here comes the fan. The fan has arrived. Try and keep it low and slow. Try not to look at it if it gives you nausea. I know it's hard. VK says I need to wear a sling for my strained credulity today. Yeah, it's getting rough. It's getting rough out here. Adam Montgomery gets sentenced on Thursday, huh? I mean, he's already doing how much time for those weapons charges? He's never going to see the light of day, but it's frightening. Hi, Lizzie Dalton. Is the truth a new concept? You and me both. We're both having problems with that. Thank you again to Maureen Francis for coming in here with an amazing donation right before the stream. Maureen, I should just have credits on, what do they call them? Top of show credits, and just put you in there every day as the guest star, because you are a guest star for coming in even before I go live and reminding me that it's time to get ready. So thank you for that. I have an Anon please here who says, thanks for all you've done to educate us on the law side of this as we watch together. I've been following this case since April 2023, and started watching your analysis and coverage since you hopped on this crazy train. Anon please. You can remain Anon please. So thank you very much for that to Anonymous. I don't know what to make of this, you guys, except the world is watching. The world is almost laughing along with us at the hilarity with which this criminal investigation of the death of a Boston police officer has been handled. And you just can't make this up. Hi, Liz Russo. Liz Russo is new here. Everyone say hi to Liz Russo. Hi, Liz. You might have found your people. You might have found your tribe. My mods are the best on YouTube. We don't tolerate trash talk. We don't tolerate bullying. We don't tolerate cursey words. And it's not a dig on any other creators who enjoy cursey words. It's just that I have an audience who likes to watch my show with their children in the room without headphones, and with their 95 moms in the room who say, this is the only place I can watch true crime with my 95-year-old mom because you don't curse. Or they can watch my show at work, and they know there's not going to be any F-bombs dropped or anything as such of like that. And to Emmy, who always comes in also with the donations. Thanks, Emmy. Emmy just says, thanks, Melanie. Thanks, Emmy. I appreciate you. And Kate, who bought me a matcha latte. It's that Buy Me a Coffee app, which I think was started by creators because they know that YouTube takes 30% of super chats. So they started this platform called Buy Me a Coffee. And it's just basically $5 donations. It really has nothing to do with coffee. And that's what that's all about, in case you're wondering. How is somebody buying you a coffee? It's a platform. Oh, look at Sharon Create says, my 14-year-old daughter likes listening to you too. Good. I'm glad. I like that it's a friendly place for all kinds of people. And a big and a wide demographic, let's say. Demographic. I'm grasping for words. Grasping for words today. Anya says, I'm new to this. I've seen it on DUI guy and now I'm hooked. I'm going to make a spreadsheet of everyone who's in this case. Everyone is so intertwined. And we like to say, Anya, that the family tree of Canton has some pretty twisted roots. It definitely does. If you need charts or you'd like a chart, Brandy Churchwell, the 13th juror, has made some pretty amazing charts. And I think later, if you go to her YouTube channel, she did a stream. We did a joint stream the other day on Friday morning. She also has a podcast called Conspiracy in Canton, which is really good. I don't know how many episodes she's up to now, but she has an amazing array of charts and spreadsheets and family trees, and they're really, really helpful. So highly recommend Brandy Churchwell at the 13th Juror on YouTube. That's the name of her channel. Somebody said, I'm sorry, what's it, BPD? BPD is Boston Police Department. On Top, thanks for the super sticker. And 2 super stickers from On Top this morning. Melanie Parker, thanks for the 10. Karen Reed is factually innocent. Well, it's interesting because I think a lot of the world is catching on now because we have done such a deep dive into this case that we know what the evidence shows. We know what's out there. We've seen it. We've analyzed it. We've studied it. We've been over all of the witness statements that we could get our hands on. So many changed over time and added things. And when the civilian witnesses, as they've been calling them on scene, have started to, when they come to the stand, you're going to see some pretty interesting stuff. Cat Mom, thank you for your super chat. Super sticker. Very, very, very much. The civilian witnesses are going to have a lot to say, and the cross-examination for them, I think, is going to be crazy. Those are days you're not going to want to miss. We don't know who's testifying every day. They don't give us a schedule of who's testifying. Okay, I'm waking up. The blood is going to start going to my brain soon. We don't know who's testifying on a daily basis, but we do know that Sergeant Lank should be on the stand today at some point because they did that proffer on him yesterday with regard to the Lapalato brothers. I don't know. Somebody gave me a pronunciation yesterday in the chat, and now I can't recall because I keep wanting to say Lapalito, but it's not spelled that way. But anyway, if you missed yesterday, Sergeant Lank, who is the friendly, who was the first to go inside of the Albert residence at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, has a long-standing history of inserting himself into Albert family matters. For example, back in 2002, there was a lawsuit brought by 2 guys. I think their names were Marco and Angelo Lopalato. And Officer Lank at the time was drinking in a bar. He was approached by Chris Albert, who told him that he had been in a melee or a fracas with the Lapalato brothers. And Sergeant Michael Lank, beat the bejesus out of one of the Lapalato brothers, although yesterday on the stand, he testified that it was in self-defense. And then as a result of that, the Lapalato brothers went to make a report at the Canton PD, and they were told, come back tomorrow, come back the next day. And during the interim, Lank made a report that they attacked him. And then at some point later on, he ran into them at a mobile gas station. And actually he bit the guy too. He bit one of the brothers, bit them and drew blood, like bit the guy in the arm. So charges were filed against the Lapalato brothers for assaulting a police officer. Those charges were dismissed. They filed a lawsuit against Canton and the Canton Police Department and Lank. That case was eventually settled for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The prosecution's argument in that this should not be brought into this trial because it was over 20 years ago and there was no finding of liability in that civil case. Well, yeah, because the case was settled and defendants don't pay out hundreds of thousands of dollars in cases that they don't think that they're liable in. That's just a thing. As a civil litigator for 30 years, I can absolutely tell you that insurance companies do not like to pay, and they won't pay until the very end when they are going to lose at trial. So there's that. We heard a proffer from him yesterday on the stand or of voir dire. And we don't know if the judge is going to let that stuff in, although the Lapalato brothers are on the witness list for the defense. But not only that, because then we learned not only in 2002 did he insert himself into something regarding the Alberts, but in 2012, he had to chase, I think what they said was a trail of some sort of transmission fluid when Tim Albert smashed into a woman with his car at a red light and then fled to 34 Fairview. And Officer Lank was on duty and followed the trail of fluid from the vehicle to 34 Fairview, where Tim Albert fled, and never investigated him for DUI, never gave him a breathalyzer or any other testing. And so there's that. So somebody said every decade on the twos, Sergeant Michael Lank inserts himself into something having to do with the Alberts. And that is why he was the friendly that they personally called to come down to the scene and was allowed into 34 Fairview to do the witness statements on January 29th of 2022. And if you ask yourself, is that crazy? Is that a conflict? I submit to you, hell to the yes. Hell to the yes. But we've seen the way this judge has been ruling against the defense on this case since jump. And your guess is as good as mine what's going to happen with this evidence. I think it should come in. I think it's highly, highly relevant. He and Trooper Michael Proctor minimized their relationships with the Alberts in front of the state grand jury that indicted Karen on murder charges, by the way. Originally, this was brought as a vehicular manslaughter charge, and now it's second-degree murder. So I say, if you're going to put a woman on trial for something that could get her life in prison, you need to open up the floodgates of what's relevant here, because the jury's entitled to see what the bias is of these law enforcement personnel who prosecuted this case and allegedly found all of this evidence that Karen Reed intentionally killed her boyfriend with her car. And so far, we haven't really seen any of that evidence. So far, what we've seen is the defense scurrying around trying to prove that somebody else didn't do it. But I haven't seen any evidence showing that Karen Reed did do it, aside from Katie McLaughlin's testimony that said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, which Karen Reed has openly admitted saying on Nightline, but she says that it was a question. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? To me, that's not a whole hell of a lot of evidence that Officer John O'Keefe was hit and killed by a motor vehicle. It's just not. Tell me what you think. Marcia, thank you for buying me a matcha latte and for saying you love my show. And Francine, thank you for buying me a matcha latte. Best analysis, and you had me cracking up yesterday with your moseying moments. That's right. He was just moseying around. One of those officers was just moseying around in the front of the home at 34 Fairview. He was moseying around in the dining room. That was crazy. And Vicky, thanks for buying a matcha latte and says, thanks for covering this case. It's wild. Oh, it's wild. We haven't seen anything like it in a very, very long time. And Trees, thanks for 4 matchas, says, cheers to girl power. Yeah, cheers to girl power. And I've said this before, and I think that, I'm getting, some heat for it. But I think that I don't understand why people love to trash successful women. Why? Why is that? Why is it that women love to tear down other women? Why is that women on that cesspool of Twitter? I'm not on Twitter, but people send it to me. You guys are so great with your emails and sending me things and keeping me in the loop a bit. Why is it that women with a huge reach, even on that cesspool of Twitter, are shaming Karen Reed for wearing certain outfits to court? Jealousy, Maureen says. Good morning, Maureen. So true, right, Francine? Envy, insecurity, mean girls. Karen Reed, at the time, I don't know that she's working anymore. How can she when she has to spend 24/7 defending herself for over 2 years? Good morning, Maureen says jealousy. Made a lot of money. She's very successful. She's a financial analyst. She also was a professor, I think, at Bentley University. She teaches finance. She makes an amazing living. She's got a lot of money. Okay, she does not need a man to support her. And why is it that when women are successful, other women want to tear them down? I don't get it. I don't get it. I think it's disgusting. And when that little Pink Panther creeping on the front steps and porch at 34 Fairview, snapping pictures and running away, who's supposed to be ex FBI, goes on Twitter to their somewhat, I don't know, close to 90,000 followers and starts trashing a defendant in a murder case and convicting her. What happened to innocent until proven guilty, by the way? Is that just a concept that is lost on America all of a sudden? And is instead trashing her for wearing a skirt that this person thinks is too short and disrespectful to court and inappropriate for court? I don't know. I have a problem for that. And I feel like they should be called out for that. And it's just wrong. Mia says they really do love to tear down women. No idea why. No idea why. No idea why. Cindy says sad case, but you have to find some humor. I know, we try. Moseying, poking around. He said he was poking around. So yesterday's thumbnail, I do like a temporary thumbnail, and then depending on what the day brings, I go back and I'm trying to use song titles and song lyrics in my my titles and my thumbnails because that's what I do. So yesterday, I think the afternoon was just got to poke around, which is a line from Shakedown Street. If you know, you know. And I think the morning was called Red Solo Cup, which you know is also a country song. Tooch Man, family, fun, and resale. Thanks for your super sticker. I appreciate that. Fairy Raven, thank you so much for your super chat. Hi, Melanie. I've resisted so far, but I'm going to need Botox. My 11 lines have become furrows. That is great. That is fantastic. Mamacita, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships, and congratulations to those of you who were actually gifted them. It is random. You have to opt into gifted memberships. I'm sure one of my amazing moderators who are the best on YouTube will put that in the chat, how you do that. And also, if you guys, if one of you amazing moderators could drop the link for iPhones for memberships. There was somebody in the comments last night who said they could not figure out how to join on an iPhone. There was no join button. YouTube has a lot of glitches. We got to roll with it. We don't, what else can we do? Thank you so much, Buzzing for Truth, for being a member for 4 months, and says we still haven't found the phone. No, we have not found the phone. Nobody's found the phone, although they said in the reports that we read in the court documents that it was found under Officer O'Keefe's body. Nobody has said that they've seen the phone. In fact, Lally asked at least 3 or 4 different witnesses, what if anything, there's a what if any emoji in there for members. What if anything did you see when you removed Officer O'Keefe's body or put him on the scoop stretcher or rolled him over? And people said nothing. Nothing. We thought there was going to be grass underneath him because that was the theory, that he was left there about 2:45 a.m. after Karen intentionally hit him with her car, and there would be grass under him. But there wasn't. The only pictures that we've seen are pictures of snow in the location where maybe his body was, because nobody took photos, nobody took measurements. It's kind of like that's kind of where the body was, and we assume that's where the body was because we found 6 drops of blood and a broken drinking glass. Hi, just me. DUI guy would like to do a video collab with. Yeah, he knows how to reach me. We've talked about it. I'd love to. I think he's hilarious. He's funny. We try and keep some humor in here. So yeah, this is a crazy time right now with gavel to gavel coverage, but I'm sure that we will eventually connect. I know he's busy too, but that would be fun. I think at the end of this, when this is all over, all the creators that have been covering Karen Read, and we don't know each other personally, none of us do. It would be interesting for everyone to get on some sort of a stream together, like a victory party, and just talk, because we've all had such crazy experiences covering this case, the way that we've been personally attacked and people are coming after us, and it's crazy. Like, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and we'll tell you about it someday. Cam, our 3L law student in Missouri, says, thanks for your super chat. Just wanted to thank you for your content. Without people like you, the less awareness there would be onto graduation and the bar. Spreading the truth in our system is paramount to keeping any faith. Yeah. As George Michael used to say, because you got to have faith, baby. Yep. Good. I'm glad, Cam. I'm glad that you're going to get out there and fight for truth and justice. And, it's a concept that's kind of being lost. The more our rights are taken away, the more our rights are taken away. And that's just the way it is. When people become complacent, you know, the more they take, the more they're going to take. And it's scary. So I'm glad you're out there fighting the good fight, my friend. Keep doing it. Thanks, Lori, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. Emmy, thank you for coming in here with another super chat. People are starting to see the truth after months of thinking we were crazy. Free Karen Reed. Amen, sis. Amen. Amen. We were just crazy people spewing conspiracy theories. And this is a clown show, what we're watching. It's a clown show. I don't look at any socials. Like I said, I'm not on Twitter. I don't know what they're saying on Twitter. But if anybody wants to put in the chat what they're saying on the other side, I would love to see how they're spinning this as being good for the prosecution. I'd love for you guys to tell me what they're saying or what their theories are over there. Because if anybody's defending using solo cups as evidence collection in a brown paper bag and putting it next to the murder weapon, love to hear what those arguments are, because we can only laugh. Anne-Marie, do you think if they hadn't increased the charges, it would have ended in a plea? No, I don't think so. I think they increased the charges to get her to scare her, I think. And I think that she was not going to admit to something that she did not do. And we're going to see the video. Those of you who are new to the case or who haven't been following the case, we're going to see some video of when she's arrested the second time in June of 2022, after the grand jury indicted her on murder charges. And not only do they not call her attorney, Cam, you're going to love this. So she has an attorney. She's represented. They don't call David Yannetti and say, hey, listen, your client was indicted. Can you bring her in tomorrow to surrender so that we can book her on the new charges as a courtesy? They pick her up, they cuff her, and they haul her down to the station. And they tell her, oh, you can call your parents and have them bring you whatever you need because you're going to be here until tomorrow when we can arraign you. It was gross. It was unnecessary. She wasn't going anywhere. She's not a flight risk. It's just not the way it's done in a civilized society, but that's the way they did it. So they brought her down there, and the prosecution wants to introduce this video, and good, let them. Because in the video, she says, why am I here? And we're only going to hear the audio of it. That's right, because it was body cam footage. Because now they were in a body cam, of course, but it only shows the computer screen in front of the officers talking to her. And she says, we're all in the same joke, right? I mean, we know that Brian Albert and Colin Albert, beat the crap out of him. And then she says something like, my taillight was cracked and John was pulverized. So from a very, very early in this case, it was discovered the defense theory was uncovered. And she said, we're all in on the same joke, right? You know that they beat him up inside the house. So I don't think she would have taken a plea. That's a long answer to a short question. Jennifer, thank you for your super sticker. Lank was involved in the Sandra Birchmore case too. Maybe somebody just wants to put a little tiny summary in the chat about the Sandra Birchmore case. I have not covered it in depth, so I don't feel comfortable talking about it because I don't know enough about it. But my understanding is that Sandra Birchmore, as a child or as a teenager, was involved in some sort of police youth group. And the allegations are that the officers groomed her for nefarious purposes. And then she winds up dead. And it turns out that she may have been pregnant with one of the police officers' babies. And people say there's no way she would have killed herself. And they're calling it a suicide.
Do we have it back? Do we have it?
All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Canones, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I apologize for the delay this morning. What I'm going to start doing, we don't want to keep you folks waiting, and sometimes there's traffic or other reasons that we're delayed. rather than reporting at 8:20 in the morning, I'm going to let you report at 8:30. Okay, just, we'd rather you have us waiting than we have you waiting. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since you left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. Okay, thank you very much. Could we have Sergeant Goode, please?
Well, that's right. Sergeant Goode is still on the stand. He was moseying around yesterday, moseying around the dining room at 34 Fairview and just poking around, he said.
Thanks, Jim.
Sir, can you raise your right hand one more time? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. All right, we all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan. You put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out. And to get out of the sally ports, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that.
And do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed
You've
it.
never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Oh, yeah. We want to see
I
that.
would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach Justice to that?
Yes.
Oh, here we go. We're approaching. Yeah, we want to know who swiped in and out. Did he say they have to swipe in? Swipe out? Maybe they only have to swipe in. But we're going to see who swiped into the Sally Port on January 29th when Karen's car was towed from Dighton, where her parents live, to the Canton PD Sally Port. And what's interesting about that is that by the time the car was towed, and then you're going to see there's going to be some discrepancy about the timing that the car was towed from Dighton all the way back to Canton in a blizzard. The timing is off. And what Proctor's report says, as far as the time, there's Paul O'Keefe and Erin O'Keefe. Somebody said yesterday, Erin is so pretty. She is so pretty. I feel so bad for them, what is happening here and what they are watching unfold. That is John O'Keefe's dad right there, the gentleman. And that is John O'Keefe's mom right there. They seem to be diametrically opposed on their feelings about this case. my information, and people have told me that Mr. O'Keefe loves Karen. They used to go to church together. They were very, very close. And there was some indication that perhaps he wanted to sit on the other side of the courtroom. He is sitting with his wife still, but you can tell they're not touching. The body language says it all, in my opinion. But you're going to see some discrepancy in the timing of what time Proctor says that he took that car from Dighton and what time he actually took that car from Dighton. And then we're going to see, I think, with these key card swipe records, who swiped into the Sally Port, what time they swiped in, and who had access to Karen's vehicle for the something like 90 minutes that it's unaccounted for. The mic's not on. Pool camera, you need to turn the mic on. It's not.
Before you now took the stand today, did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
Oh,
I scanned over it.
A few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
okay. When somebody's actively testifying, they're not supposed to be reviewing any more documents. They're not supposed to be prepped again. They are actively on the stand, still under oath. That's improper, but that's interesting.
About your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Lank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
If you're just tuning in, the name that was redacted from the report, or the only person who is not fully named in the report with their full name, was Brian Albert, homeowner and Boston police officer.
Okay, so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay, but the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Can I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is Jen McCabe in the courtroom? She's not
Showing you
supposed to be.
first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes.
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
Yes.
call 22-449,
Yes.
date and time reported January 29th, 22 at 6:08.
Yes.
And the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information. Oh, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes,
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay, I don't know.
So regardless of when those two face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
We want to see it.
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No,
At
at P.
P? Yes. P, yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
Possibly was found.
Those two documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions, if you
Okay.
don't mind.
That was a nice way to put it.
Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay,
That's
Can I see this,
ridiculous.
please?
Okay, for those of you who don't know, we know. The prosecution has turned over two different police reports. One police report was turned over the day that Karen was first arraigned in February of 2022 to the defense. David Yannetti was handed a police report. That police report had the phone number for Brian Albert on it, and it had a photograph attached to it, which we just saw that witness identify. The next police report, which was supposed to be the same police report, was turned over during the course of discovery. It was not called amended police report, but two things were changed of note. Number one, a different picture was attached to it, and it was a picture that was taken by, I believe, the Massachusetts State Police, who did not have jurisdiction at the time that Sergeant Goode wrote this report, because remember, he's with Canton PD. The other thing that was changed is Brian Albert's phone number was completely changed. New phone number, new cell phone carrier. So while the prosecution thought they were turning over the same police report that they forgot that they already turned over, it was clearly different. Nefarious, negligent, an abomination? You tell me. And she's going to sustain that objection? People think Sarah said, did she just prompt him to object? That people think this is, I don't know, that there's some sort of system going on, like, a little this, a little, a little, Mr. Lally, don't you think that it's this? Don't you think that it's that? And those of you who have not watched this trial yet and are not familiar with this judge might be a little bit annoyed, horrified, and or both about what you feel is a bias being showed to the prosecution. And we've seen that in other trials. People talk about Delphi as a good example, but I submit to you, you may just find this to be a little bit worse. We're used to it because we've been watching every hearing, and we know what has been going on. There was a motion for the judge to recuse herself from this case for having certain personal ties to people that are witnesses in this case. She denied it. There was a motion to recuse or remove Michael Morrissey, the district attorney of Norfolk County, for bias. That was also denied. There was a motion to dismiss the indictments based on false and or misleading information presented to the grand jury that was used to indict. That was denied. So the defense has tried every which way to allow this judge to dismiss these charges. And here we sit watching this train wreck of a circus, kangaroo court. And so far, I haven't seen any evidence other than what they are calling Karen Reed's confession to Katie McLaughlin when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, which Karen says was preceded by the word did and ended in a question mark. So you're watching this with us in real time. She's denied 8 out of 10 things, says Aunt Bibi. Aunt Bibi. Aunt Bibi was my first ever channel member and will always be known as such. Love you, Aunt Bibi. Kirsten says Bev's mother worked with Morrissey's wife for 15 years. Well, that's interesting information. I can't confirm or deny, but you guys who live locally know better than I do. We also know that the judge's brother represented, was it Chris Albert, who killed someone in a car accident in the 90s? And again, killed someone in a car accident, fled the scene, turned himself in with his attorney, who was the judge's brother. 30 hours later, no DUI charges were ever pursued against him, but he killed a man, a student, a 26-year-old student. The family ties of Canton are twisted and blowing out there in the wind for everyone to see. Bernie, thanks for your super chat. Hi, Melanie. Will they clear up the Katie Mack perjury question today? Judge said by today. Hopefully, we're going to see some argument on that later. Thanks for becoming a member, Hope. Tastic. Thanks for your super chat. I hope when they make this case a movie on Lifetime, you audition for the part of Karen Reed. No, I think I'm too old to play Karen Reed, but I may be able to play myself at that point. I'm happy to do that. Loza, thanks for the $5. They have nothing in the other side except to make fun of Karen and Karen Reed supporters. That's it. Not even just make fun of Loza. It's becoming a personal attack. Personal, like getting my children involved in their attacks, which is horrifying, scary, dangerous, and in my mind, criminal. But that is yet to be seen. Stay tuned. Thanks on top for becoming a member, and Renee for becoming a member.
Mr. Lally, I'm sorry. There's one.
Yep. There goes the mic again. Hi, Laura. Thanks for your super chat. I just can't work during this trial between the OS's laughing until my stomach hurts at your reactions and being absolutely baffled. I get nothing done. I'm bent over laughing at you every time. That's so funny, Laura, because I got your email. I didn't have a chance to respond to it, but Laura was telling me that her child was in the room with her and she was just laughing and laughing from the just got to poke around stuff and the moseying around stuff. And listen, if I can keep you guys entertained, during what has become a shanda of a trial, a mishigas, as they would say in Yiddish, it's my pleasure to do that with you and to be here with you through every moment of this. Thank you, Teresa, for becoming a member. I think you're going to like it here. As the camera pans around the courtroom, Erin does look so sad. And remember, Erin testified they were really good friends. She and Karen were really good friends. And I feel like she misses her as a friend.
Questions you can ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need. I appreciate it.
Cajon Zone. Thank you for your super sticker.
While I'm waiting for that, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it a giraffe on her shirt, Becky? She says, I can't stop looking at Erin's shirt. I don't know what it is. Thank you,
Okay, I
Cindy.
placed a photo before you, Sergeant Goode. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton.
Yes,
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
on the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes,
Yes,
all right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay, and Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes,
I can take those back from you, sir.
Just do it like that. Where's the envelope? Right here. Can you set that up?
So the first report that was turned over.
I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
42.
We're waiting, Patriot, to see if P and Q are coming in now. I think one of them just came in.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was?
42.
42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Maybe because they had to renumber them, because remember how they've been renumbering all these exhibits ridiculously?
20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right here.
I don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
The exhibit sticker's upside down, but oh, there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as Exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you've previously identified as your reports.
Uh,
Report, I should say.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Of course there is.
It will come in, when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Terrific.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
Madam Court Reporter has like a little like a muzzle thing that she
So-
talks into instead of using the old stenography
James,
machine.
I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Really? Is it going to take 5 minutes for them to mark these exhibits? It's a colossal waste of time. But the circus continues. Thanks, Crazy Acres. Says best coverage ever. The comments and watching you while you give commentary is the greatest. You make this fun and help us understand. Thank you. Thank you. Because I'd be home watching this anyway by myself. So it gives me pleasure to be able to watch it. Watch the chat too, because the chatters are amazing
May I see those, Madam Court Reporter, please?
and funny and helpful. And if you want to know the answer to something, just put your question in the chat. And if I don't get to it, someone else will. Because they're very kind with helping
right.
people who are not.
So I thought you were going to
Fully
cut
aware.
them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Okay.
And that can't happen. So
Understand.
fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, you know, and it's not it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but
It's not.
we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, you know, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along. All right. I'll be out in 5 minutes.
You're trying a woman for murder. Okay. You are trying a woman for murder. And yeah, it is her fault. Her fault. Anybody watch Handmaid's Tale? Your fault. Your fault. Her fault. Her fault. We need a meme for that. You're trying a woman for murder.
All right, please.
And who had scissors on their bingo card? Anyone? How about all of the time that you wasted during the pendency of this case not deciding on motions? How about that? How about waiting, I don't know, 70 days in some cases to grant or deny motions, mostly deny. How about that? How about that time that was wasted? Bedford Scissorhands. Hold on a second. You guys are so funny. Bevward Scissorhands. Don't worry, I have the fan on my second screen so you don't have to get nauseous. We'll come back when they come back. If you're just joining, welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Sergeant Goode is still on the stand being crossed about the 2 different police reports that were exchanged with the defense. And if you were paying attention, and you will know that what Yannetti was getting out on cross was that the first police report that was exchanged with him, that was handed to David Yannetti during Karen's first arraignment in February of 2022. I think it was February 1st or 2nd. I think it was 2/2/22, if I recall. The first police report that was handed over to Yannetti had Brian Albert's. I think Brian Albert's name was not fully in full. I'm not sure if it just said Brian or Mr. Albert with a cell phone number. We're going to get to the cell phone number in a minute. But it had a photograph attached to it. And the photograph was of the berm that they had cleaned off with their shoes or something, I suppose, showing that they cleared the berm. Those of us who have been looking at that picture for months and months and months assumed that that's where Officer O'Keefe's body was found. But it wasn't. It was just showing the berm. And then the second photograph that was just introduced into evidence was when the defense exchanged that same police report, or what was supposed to be that same police report, with the defense during discovery. And yet a different photograph was attached. It was the berm, but it also had a piece of red taillight on the berm with some shoes. A person was standing there and it had the feet in the picture. And I think what we're going to find out, I don't know, 3-card Monty, maybe? Anybody ever play 3-card Monty on the street corner in New York City where there's a guy with 3 cards and he's like, okay, you see the queen? And then he flips around, where's the queen? And then you get it the first time and then it's a sleight of hand and you never win any money. It's a quick way to lose a lot of money. But my point being, the police report that was turned over in discovery was supposed to be the same police report as the first, but no, it wasn't. It didn't say amended. It didn't say. In addition to having the new photograph, which you're going to see, was not a Canton PD photo. It was an MSP photo taken I don't know, 12 hours later when the 45 pieces of taillights started turning up. You will also find that Brian Albert's cell phone number had been changed to a completely different number with a completely different cell phone carrier. And that was turned over during the course of discovery. I'm not sure when, but I'm sure Mr. Yannetti is going to tell us when. So just when you thought things couldn't get stranger, some things we just know. Hello, like a little gushaka. I'm not sure. The font is really small on my computer. Hi, Melanie. Really enjoying your coverage and insight. Thanks you for so much for your super chat. Why is there no CCTV of the SUV arriving to law enforcement? No cameras at the station. No, that's going to come in. That's coming in. So the place where they brought the car to is called the Sally Port, and that's he's talking about key card swipes now, and you are going to see some video of the car coming in, approaching the Sally Port, and then you're going to see some video when it gets into the Sally Port, according to the motions that we've heard pre-trial, and then you're going to see that there's a piece of that video missing, but I don't want to spoil it for you. So that's going to be coming. True Crime with Stephanie Michelle. Thanks for your super chat so much. I have noticed that the people who think Karen Read is guilty are basing it off of her body language during court. She didn't do this. Did you see her do that? How is she supposed to act? She's being put through hell. Yeah. I agree with you, Stephanie. I agree with you 100%. And I think that the people who are convicting her based on her smirks and her what they call inappropriate face. How is she supposed to act? Number one. Number two, she has a host of medical conditions, including MS, Crohn's. She had multiple surgeries on her colon. At one point, I think her entire colon was removed. How is she supposed to act? If she smiled, they would hate her for smiling. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're absolutely 100% right. And it's kind of gross. And it just shows you the way that people are, the general public anyway, are convicting people before there's any actual evidence of their guilt. And so far, I haven't seen any. If anybody else has seen any evidence that Karen Read hit John O'Keefe with her car, please point it out to me in the chat because I haven't seen it. Cookie Harris, thanks for your super chat. Saturated in a family of attorneys and judges. I've told them all about you. We're a loud, crazy bunch, but a loud, crazy bunch cheering on you, Karen Read, in the pursuit of justice from Texas. Thank you. Thank you so much. One of my favorites, because I quote music all the time, is Lyle Lovett. And Lyle Lovett has a great song. And I think it's called That's Right. I'm Not From Texas or something like that. Not From Texas, I think it's called, but it's a great, great song. I can't play any music on this channel. I wish I could. But I'll get copyright stricken. Then they'll take the whole entire stream down. What is it called? Not From Texas. That's right. Anyway, it'll come to me. Boston JD, thank you for your super chat. Judge shows up at 9:20 repeatedly, scolds attorneys for wasting juror time. This is rich. Yeah. And she did throw traffic in there as if it was she who was stuck in a traffic jam. Maybe leave a little bit earlier. There's a lot of media at your courthouse. This is a very worldwide case with worldwide attention. Megan Elizabeth became a member. Welcome, Megan Elizabeth. I think you're going to like it here. Rhonda, Iowa girl, thanks for your super chat. What's the deal with the watch? I keep hearing about a watch. The watch that Officer O'Keefe was wearing with his Apple Health data on it. That may be what you're referring to. If somebody could respond to Rhonda, Iowa girl in the chat, I think that may be what you're talking about. We're going to get into forensics a little bit later on in the trial because the experts, I think, are going to come in later. Thank you, Renee, for buying me 3 coffees. Says, thank you for your coverage, research, and explanations of this trial that shouldn't have even went to trial. God bless you. God bless all of you for paying attention to what's going on here. The judge has smiled more at the jurors in this case than she has during the entire pendency of this case.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, can I have P and Q marked as the next exhibits in the trial?
Okay. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Oh, good. I love when they do the split screen so we can see them side by side. I'll full screen it for you for a minute.
Okay. Sergeant Goode, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Goode, correct?
Yes,
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
yes,
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
yes,
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
yes,
The identical date and time reported, correct?
yes,
The identical report date and time, correct?
yes,
And of course, the identical officer.
yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's the Shaggy. It's the Shaggy prosecution. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Yes, Lori. Thanks for the super chat. When you want all your reports to be
All right, please
accurate,
take the exhibit down.
Keystone Cops.
And
Yes.
we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh,
Thanks,
yes,
Lori.
of course. We have two others as well,
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
with the clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So Sergeant Goode, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regard to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had a guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
he's lollygagging, so I want to take that back. What is he asking about the body? Or hold on a second. First of all, who cares if Chris Albert was a town selectman then or now?
He is currently is elected in 2022. You were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m. Where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had a guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
So it's okay that dispatch them to 32 Fairview instead of 34 Fairview because it was 10 to 12 feet from the property line. He had to guess. If he had to
You
guess.
were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lank. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to, sir?
It was a hit and run investigation.
Oh, Tim Albert.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And did you review that police report last night, officer, sergeant? And sergeant, were you prepped again last night to talk about this today? Was your memory refreshed last night about the details of this incident? Refresh my recollection, chat. Did he actually testify on direct that he had been to 34 Fairview before? Because I thought that he said that he had never been there before. And now all of a sudden he remembers exactly the intersection where this happened in 2012. Yeah, it's amazing how his memory is perfect when the Commonwealth asks questions. Oh, you bet he reviewed this report last night. I can't wait for this cross. I thought he said he'd never been before too, Fairy Raven. Am I crazy? And so Lally just said, you testified on direct that you had been there before. Really? I don't think so. Because I'm pretty sure they would have explored that on cross. This came out during Lank's proffer that Goode was with him, not on direct.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. But I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time, clear off our windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day and the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
Good luck
As far
trying to
as
clean this
your
up.
report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report.
Oh.
It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front from the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
It's not really important. They want you to believe, my friends, that the face sheet of a police report involving a fatality, not just a fatality, a dead Boston police officer is not really important. Are you picking up what they're laying down?
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of a report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report.
Mm-hmm. And where on your report does it say that it's a supplemental or amended report, Officer Sergeant? Even though you've never seen that other report that you testified to, you didn't add those photos. Your name is on it, dude. Your name is on it.
And it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be different?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
Nothing further.
Okay,
Oh, please.
If I might.
Very briefly.
Very briefly. No.
Just
No.
talked about-
You do not get to say very briefly, Your Honor. Okay? This woman is on trial for murder, facing life in prison. You do not tell him very briefly. You do not put a gag on the defense for trying to throw what has already been a mountain of reasonable doubt into this case. Very briefly. Did anybody pick up on that? Thank you. Thank you, Cantowny. Really?
Very briefly.
You had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes,
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
for leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Lank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Oh, well, the jury knows it now anyway,
Jurors, you're to disregard that.
because the Alberts aren't prosecuted in
All right,
Canton
You're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
and haven't been for over 20 years. Oh, well, actually going all the way back to the 90s.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
All right, so not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Not yet. Oh, not yet. They're not going to see because she's got a rule on what happened yesterday during his proffer and whether or not she's going to allow it. And I would really like to see this on the record. I would really like to hear what they're going to talk about because we should be privy to this. This has to do with him inserting himself into the case involving.
No, it's important to the defendant. No, it's important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, the specifics of the allegations of the local leader brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to
We
us.
did, we got those. We got those
All
last
right,
night.
it's okay. It's too late for the police report.
She
So
needs
go
to learn
ahead
how
and,
to-
finish
no,
what you've got.
No, she needs to learn how to check her email. That's BS. That's BS because the last time, look at his face right there. He is not having any of this. Okay. This may be Massachusetts and you may call yourself a Commonwealth, but this is the United States of America. And if you don't check your email, Judge, that's on you. That is on you. This is horrifying. It's too late for the police reports. Why? Because you didn't check your email. Just like you didn't check them last time you came into court. I didn't see it in my email. I didn't check my email before I took the bench. Are you kidding me right now? Look at his face.
Right. Just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Mr.
Is this Lola Litos?
Local leader. Yeah.
Go ahead after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
So what do you mean by subsequent revolution of the
that
matter?
they were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah.
The
It should not have been done.
well, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
respectfully, The Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
His last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
all right, but this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question
It's a
wasn't
new
objected
witness.
to.
It's a new
All right,
witness.
so is
I'm in the
that the
Twilight
end
Zone.
of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lally, do you want to, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
Mr. Lally, you're objecting to all of this. Why don't you just object for him? Why don't you just run from your bench to the prosecution table and object on his behalf and then run back to your bench? Or would that put you to even more out of breath, breathing into the heavy microphone? Are you kidding me? Are we all watching the same trial here? Mr. Lally, you want to object to all of that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So,
And he's like, she's like, do you
okay.
want to be heard? He's
Lee,
like,
do you
no.
want to, what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lally, do you want to, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No, Your Honor, I don't need to be heard specifically on anything because I know that you're going to rule in my favor because you basically just objected for me. And so that means that you're definitely going to rule in my favor. Okay? No need. Why should I be heard? I have no idea what I want to say.
So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So
I'm sorry, isn't that up to the jury to decide? Isn't that up to the jury to weigh the evidence? Aren't they the finders of fact here? Are all the Gambinos and or let's call them the Corleones. Are the Corleones all part of the same family, Your Honor? Or should we make a distinction between Michael and Fredo? Or are they all part of the same family?
you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get
Oh.
when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddy's comment, so you're not to specifically say that. Where
Oh,
you just said you're
'cause
going
he
to
didn't
outline what
acknowledge
you did
it.
yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lapolitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lapolito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing, so you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness Sergeant Lank and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take.
Hold on a second. I'm going to go back to the animosity between who and who now.
the witness, Sergeant Lank and Brian Albert, because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So, Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this, okay?
Well,
And just as an aside again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police,
citation.
I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that
your
the
clerk
complaint we
has
saw.
them. Why don't you take yourself another 5-minute coffee break and go look at the police reports because they were handed over yesterday, just like you asked them to do. This is outrageous. We're not going to waste the jury's time. You don't think it's important that the jury knows that this Sergeant Lank has had a over 20-year history with the Albert family and getting them out of trouble? You don't think that's important?
And that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports.
What?
So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can leave
Okay.
it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll give you all a 5-minute break, and then we have to get going.
Oh, so she's going to give him a break anyway. So why don't you go back there and read the police reports that you insisted were turned over to you last night, that you neglected to look at before you got on the bench. Remember, there's such a thing as judicial immunity, and this is what I call an absolute I have no words. I have no words. If somebody could find some words for me, I would appreciate it right now, because I can't look at that fan because it's going to make me throw up even more so than I already want to do. Yeah, she scolds them like they are little kids, Jean. She does. Disabled Rebel, thanks for the super chat. This trial is just a train wreck and it's split cargo. It's just reasonable doubt and sus police reports. Yeah, but then when the police reports that she asked for last night get turned over to her, she says she hasn't seen them. Disabled Rebel is a member. Jane Brown is a member, as is Debbie F. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome to the Insanity Show. Pierre, thanks for the super chat. Why do these unrelated officers protect the Alberts? What dirt do they have on them? Make it make sense. Anyone in the chat want to chime in on that? Because I'm not local. I have no personal knowledge of any of that. But this is insane, in my opinion. And the world is watching. Wow. Thank you, Trish, for your Venmo. Truly enjoy and appreciate your coverage of the Karen Reed case. Your breakdown, especially in terms of legality, is unmatched. Thank you. I appreciate that. And also to Susan for the Venmo. Thank you again for all that you do in the name of justice. Thank you. This has become a labor of love, because the flack that I am taking publicly from the other side almost makes it not worth it, but not quite. Leslie, thank you so much. Says judge should have recused herself. Makes me sick. I think a lot of us feel that way this morning. It's insane. It is insane. Stacy, thank you so much for micro bits of mop in blood drops. Interesting. Tina, thank you so much for your Venmo. No question there. Very generous of you, Tina. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Michelle, thank you so much. Says, thank you again. Much love from Massachusetts. Thanks, Michelle. A lot of Massachusetts friends in the chat. And Clinton for 76 Commonwealth witnesses. Jury confusion, cumulative. Thanks, Clinton. Love you right back. And Jessica for buying a coffee says, love your coverage. Love that you love my coverage. And Maureen for taking us through the Twilight Zone. Thank you, Maureen. I'm here with you. You have now entered the Twilight Zone, the courtroom of Justice Beverly Canoni in Norfolk Superior Court, located in Dedham, Massachusetts. Here we are. This is where we find ourselves today, again, and where we will find ourselves for at least the next 6 weeks. Thank you, Paul, for gifting a membership. You are so very kind and generous. Somebody make it make sense for me. Judge is wasting more time than any of them. Well, she needed another 5-minute break. Did she need to go take a call? Mia says Dedham is a cute little town. Never been there. Mac Dickles, Melanie, why do you think her defense didn't pound the first responders last week about the presence of a cell phone under John on the scene? Whether or not they saw or found one. They asked if I thought what they did was masterful. What did you see underneath his body? Nothing. Every single one of them said nothing. And you can't do much better than that. Can't do much better than that. Kate says, look into the Officer Michael Chesna case and what Bev did to it. Disgusting. I'm not familiar with that case, but a lot of you have told me that. Jurors were bussed in from another county on the Chesna case. Husky Lover, thank you so much for your $20 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. And Mamacita for your super sticker as well. Thank you. Thank you. And Della says, and she talks to the jury like they're babies. Yeah. Pierce says this is worse than Murdoch. I know. Did you think anything could get worse than Murdoch? A lot of people didn't. Samantha Lee says, I'm sorry you're taking flack from the other side, but screw them. You do you and do what's right. I'm trying. It's all based on court documents and facts. Not making anything up here. Not sitting here writing a script. The Commonwealth did that to themselves. They wrote the script. All we're doing is reading it and analyzing it. Lisa says, I'm part of the Plymouth Standout, and we all watch you for the great commentary, and we love you. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, so much. Jennifer Bossert says she also gives Lally an out in case he opens the door. Unbelievable. And Miss Carrie says, let's not forget Chris Albert killed a man. Yes, in a hit-and-run motor vehicle accident. Mary says, how does Mr. Jackson keep composure? I would spit nails. It's tough. It's tough. You can see it simmering. You can see it bubbling under there. This is, it's crazy. It's insanity, but everyone is watching. The world is watching. Everyone is seeing what's going on here. Kate Lynn. Thank you so much for your Venmo and says, love your coverage. Free Karen Reed. You're watching a disaster unfold in real time, my friends. Absolutely unfold in real time. And I haven't seen any evidence yet that Karen Reed hit Officer John O'Keefe with her car. Has anyone seen any evidence of that? Were those police reports marked amended or supplemental? No. They were passed off as the same police report. I think the jury's going to be able to figure that out. There's a little 3-card Monty going on here. Lisa says it's weird. She doesn't seem she doesn't seem scared about being biased. I don't understand why. I don't understand why either. We've never seen anything like this. Angela says that fans are watching. Nice win for the Bruins last night, you guys. Nice win. That was a great game. I watched it. Here's the problem, though. You know, when the Rangers win round 2 and when the Bruins win round 2, then we're playing each other, right? That's when we're going to become a little divisive in the chat. Linda Baker says this has mistrial written all over it. And Carrie says this is what happens when bad behavior and power goes unchecked. It escalates to a murder, then a cover-up. They feel untouchable. Sometimes when there's no ramifications for your behavior your entire life, you just keep behaving in the same way because you think that you're untouchable.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
So, Mr. Jackson, you'll just alert me before you begin that line of questioning because I have an instruction.
Of course.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
Okay.
Texas Sunshine says FBI is a final hope. Melanie says, I hope the feds are watching. Oh, they're watching. I bet you they have someone in the courtroom watching. Suzanne says Carlo had a baby yesterday morning and scored a goal less than 12 hours later. That's awesome. What a happy day for that family. Tra-la-la, no evidence in this case. It's a show. Free Karen Reed. Let's go Rangers. Let's go Rangers. Playing tonight. That's why it's good that this trial's during the day because it frees me up for hockey playoffs.
Swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Morning.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first. With reference to your responsibilities as lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to the Canton Police at that point?
To oversee the Detective Bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
I want to point out here because I see it in the chat a lot. Duty Ron joined us yesterday. Duty Ron is one of my besties on YouTube and in real life who has a channel. He's retired NYPD and his channel is from a police perspective. And he came on the show yesterday and I mentioned this to him. I said, this guy, Sergeant Lank, was promoted the same year. So January of 2022 is when Officer O'Keefe was murdered. He was promoted in August of 2022. And Duty Ron said they have to test for the promotion. If anybody is local to the Massachusetts area or Canton and knows if promotions are tested and earned or if they are just given, I would like to know that because Duty Ron said that they have to take a test to get their promotion. And that is not something that's just freely given. And so I'm not quite sure. But I love the heck out of Duty Ron too. So we can't surmise that he was promoted because of what he did in this case. So I don't know.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to a dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Goode.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Goode called you?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Goode, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Goode stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else, from your department was there prior to you?
Officer Sarif, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Goode.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes,
And did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you your attention to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, if you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard did you observe?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
Notice how as the testimony goes on and the witnesses are testifying, the body is coming closer and closer to the road. First it was 12 feet, then it was 10 feet, now it's 8 feet. He doesn't know. He didn't see the body there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Goode.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Goode, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on scene?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Sarif.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
That's a long
And
conversation.
in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Miss McCabe.
Now, with respect to
He doesn't even recall seeing Karen Reed there. Okay. So he was so engrossed in conversation with Jen McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes in front of Sarof's cruiser. Is that on any of the dash cam footage that we've seen? He didn't arrive there until 6:24 or 6:25. We know that the ambulance was en route by 6:27. He got there by 6:24 or 6:25. What time were the second and third Google searches made? By Jen McCabe. The How Long to Die in Cold and then the How Long to Die in Cold were made around the same time, right? 6:23, 6:24. As he's arriving on scene, and then she has an 8 to 9 minute conversation with him. Observed Kerry Roberts there, but not Karen Reed. Okay, 6:23 and 6:24. He wasn't even there yet. And Jen McCabe is going to testify that Karen Reed was screaming at her to yell how long to die from hypothermia, to Google how long to die from hypothermia. Interesting.
Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now,
Really?
reference to
Because didn't you call Proctor? Didn't you call Proctor directly? And didn't he just come right on over? Because I know someone in the house did, I believe, right? Didn't somebody call Proctor from inside the house? Really? Here's your circus music for you. Are you kidding me?
is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit
And why is that?
because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
Really?
I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't.
We did.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now,
Hearsay.
when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather conditions?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Goode advised me that
Objection.
Sustained.
Hearsay. Mr. Lally, would you like the judge to write a question
Now,
for you?
As far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
after I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
Because they were
And
sleeping?
Prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And
Okay. I'm going to break for a minute to tell you that Jen McCabe's cell phone records are going to show that she called her sister, Nicole, twice from the car around the same time that she made the 911 call. So that's interesting that she told Lank that they were probably sleeping. Okay.
as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to see back in conversation with Chief Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Goode and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
Because we wouldn't go in to speak with the homeowners, even though there's what he said, a gravely injured police officer on their front lawn. We waited until their lights went on because then we thought that it was cool of us to go in there because they were already up if they put the light on, and we didn't want to wake them. We didn't want to wake them. Do you think the jury's seeing what we're seeing here? Do you think? The light was on, so it was safe to go in. The death of the adverb.
How was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us, and to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you work in the town, correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
No, sustain.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
Do any of them play sports?
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town?
I coach
Objection.
youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil?
The two of you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
Hello, officer. Mr. Albert, disheveled. I'm thinking maybe he coached some of the Albert kids in sports. Maybe that's why they're trying to get that out. Disheveled.
And about how long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goode, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe.
Hold on. He talked to them for 15 or 20 minutes.
Nicole Albert, that initial.
Appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And
Or never went to
about
sleep.
How long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goode, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe.
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
Brian Higgins.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? And what I mean by that is what did he do?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And
He saw Higgins at 9
we'll
a.m.
get to that in a moment, but after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Okay, so he had a conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert together. Do they not separate witnesses in Canton? Do they just, is everything a group interview? And Jennifer McCabe was there too. Was she also part of this group conversation that you guys had? Or was she in the kitchen doing dishes? Or was she mopping up in the basement? Or what?
Could you repeat that, please?
After
Good.
talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at
Fairly.
all times.
Because that's all you need. Fairly secure.
And then, with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes,
Okay, and how was it done?
in my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes, Sergeant Goode was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes,
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the actual incompetence in your police investigation, sir? Is that a fair and accurate representation of the way that crime scenes should be handled? Sergeant? Is that a fair and accurate representation of the complete and total incompetence within your police department? Yes. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the fact that you found absolutely 0 pieces of taillight during your search? And yet 45 pieces were found by the Massachusetts State Police some 12 hours later after another 12 to 20 inches of snow had fallen. This is when the snow testimony is going to come in handy. How much snow fell between the time that you arrived there, 6:25 a.m., and the time when those taillight pieces were found after 6 p.m.? How much snow fell then?
Well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
the purpose behind
What the actual F were you thinking with the leaf blower is really the question. What the actual F were you thinking?
And the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27.
These are the photos that they took of the scene. Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Lank, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
This could be a photo from anywhere.
Laser pointer, basically.
There's no reference point. There's no house in
Okay.
the background. This could literally be a picture from anywhere.
Lieutenant Lank, with using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw and seen that day.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as
Oh.
well as the glass protruding from the snow.
I don't see the glass, do you?
Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
So you couldn't see the blood drops until you remove the layers of snow. That's what I'm getting out of it. Okay. If you know, you know. We've seen the autopsy photos. The cause of death was blunt force trauma, multiple skull fractures. There's a huge gash, about 3 inches in length, on the back of Officer John O'Keefe's head. It is estimated that he lost approximately 3 liters of blood. And yet, with your leaf blower, you uncovered a couple of blood droplets. Where's the rest of the blood?
Now, at any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other people?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
Okay, so right away, his focus is not on talking to Karen Reed to find out how he considered Officer O'Keefe to be gravely injured, likely to die, not talking to Karen Reed to find out how he got there, if she's allegedly the last person to see him alive, to try and figure out what happened to him. His focus is not waking up the people in the house and waiting till their light goes on. He doesn't even speak to Karen Reed. His focus is getting inside that house and talking to these people that he has more than a 20-year relationship with. Are you picking up what I'm laying down here? Where is his focus? Is his focus on solving the mystery of who or what killed police officer John O'Keefe on the front lawn of another Boston police officer? No, his focus isn't on that. It's about being polite, not waking up the people in the house. But when the light is on, he rushes in there to talk to them in a group.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No, because you're a friendly.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything disheveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
Nothing was disheveled.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
So you had evidence bags for the drinking glass. You just didn't have any evidence bags or containers for the blood. So you put them in solo cups. I have a solo cup emoji for the members. Put some solo cups in the chat. The solo cups have entered the trial today.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather, and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Okay.
Now, with respect
We did the best we could with regard to the investigation of a dead Boston police officer by going across the street to another member of the Canton Police Department, Kelleher, and borrowing some solo cups from him because apparently they all thought it was a good idea. The police station was about a mile away, but nobody thought to go back to the police station and perhaps get some proper evidence gathering tools or containers, or wait for the Massachusetts Police CERT team to come, or call them down there, or call down anybody down there who had some proper evidence collection materials. We did the best we could. We did the best we could, jury.
to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has not?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed in.
Hold on a second. Is he talking about the glass now? Wait a second.
Did you or the other officers do secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
A brown evidence bag with Stop and Shop logo on the outside of it? He's calling the Stop and Shop bag a brown evidence bag? Are you kidding me? Did he not see the pictures? Did nobody prep him? Yeah, they went into a brown Stop and Shop bag. Yes, they did.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station
by me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
Okay, so when you put those solo cups, those 6 solo cups that we saw a picture of, into the Stop and Shop bag that you're calling it now a brown evidence bag, and they didn't have lids on them, those solo cups, right? So you put them in your truck somehow. Did they spill while you were moving? Did you put them in a brown evidence bag, and then because they spilled all over the floor of your truck, you had to get a Stop and Shop bag when you got to the station before you put? At what point did they move into a brown Stop and Shop grocery bag? This is insane.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report
The OF stands for a report of offense, is that correct?
offense. Yes,
And so each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it,
that's correct.
and then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And to officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
I see what you did there, James Lynch. Red Grenadine.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm handing you up a box. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box.
What do you mean, okay? Have you looked at it? Judge, do you know what's in there? Do you know what he's going to now whip out of his bag of tricks? But every time the defense wants to introduce something like an official record, like a police report, there could be a rabbit inside of that box. What's he going to pull? A rabbit out of the box? Like, really? Judge, do you know what's in the box? She's like, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Pull it out. Let's see what it is. It's like a treasure hunt. It's an unsealed box. Yeah, it's open. He looked at it this morning. He was prepped this morning. Again, after he got off the stand for his proffer yesterday. And it's not sealed. Oh, is he pulling out gloves out of his jacket? Let's see.
Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today. Is that
Evidence
correct?
gloves.
That's correct.
Oh, this is going to be rich. Let's do a demo.
Sorry, sir, before you just go into that, just with reference to the bag that you have before you, what, if any, markings are on that relate to sort of your...
It's Lally's lunch bag. The markings on the bag say, Lally, have a lovely day. Love you.
case, your case number with Ken, please.
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-87OF, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
Oh, this is the broken drinking glass.
Have
And
you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
yes,
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury.
Don't do it in front of the mic, though, dude. The smoking gun.
Thank you, sir. We can place it back in the bag.
McDonald's bag from the cruiser floorboards. Says the speak life. It strains credulity. Suns 107 sure does.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
So inside that giant box was only the one lunch bag full of the broken drinking glass. And that's the only piece of the broken drinking glass that they have. They didn't find the other pieces to it. So it's only the base of the drinking glass. And I would submit to you, if they only found the base of the drinking glass, whoever was holding that drinking glass was probably not holding it from the bottom. Any fingerprints would have been on the other pieces of glass that they, I guess, didn't
Now,
find.
Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to what had, who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
Mm.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did she call your personal cell phone, Sergeant Lank, or did she call the Canton PD hotline? Or did she call 911? How did she contact you at 9 a.m. and why? We're going to find out.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
And about how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Mr. McCabe?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, well, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
Oh, February 4th.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Mm.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regard to the weather in between those days?
Oh, the weather.
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know how, approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
Revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe?
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as
'Cause-
far as
Because the chief, Berkowitz, who's out on medical leave at this point, remember, just happened to be driving by 34 Fairview and just happened to see another piece of red taillight on the lawn, 8 to 10 feet from the berm. Imagine that. So he's called down to go what? Collect it? Meet with the chief? Are you kidding? Where are the pictures? I need pictures.
when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
Oh, Tim Taylor, new name.
And, the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
In the vicinity
Now,
of.
with respect to
In the vicinity of, because nobody marked the body. Nobody took photos of the body on the ground. There are no pictures. So take that back a little bit.
pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit, and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that mechanic arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
Item, singular.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. Ask you just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
Those are
Plastic.
Photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
It's a fair and accurate betrayal is what it is, not a fair and accurate portrayal. It's a fair and accurate betrayal of the entire United States judicial system. Mm-hmm.
The Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
That's right, Cheyenne RN. The crime scene wasn't secured. They said that even. They admitted that. Wasn't secured after Canton PD left until MSP got there for something like 10 to 12 hours. Open to the public, as they said. Madam Court Reporter. Not happy.
I have first of those photographs up on the screen. Lieutenant Lank, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observed that.
Hmm.
Ms. Gilman, the next photograph.
Okay. Oh, here's a close-up. Remember, this was taken on February 4th, 6 days after the murder of Officer John O'Keefe. And all of a sudden, they found a camera and they decided to photograph the evidence that Chief Berkowitz just happened to see from his moving car as he just happened to be driving by 34 Fairview. 6 days later, they sure had a full-on team to come and photograph and collect this piece of evidence, my friend. Friends, there are so many of you. All my friends, 3,487 of you, please hit that like button right now. Smash it. I promise you, if you hit the like button, the Canton PD will not get your DNA. Neither will the MSP.
And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can.
Okay, so remember, Karina says the officer yesterday testified that the taillight was shattered and removed at the police station. So what's that bit of taillight doing there? Well, you will find that Karen's vehicle was towed from Dighton back to the Canton Sallyport that same afternoon/evening of January 29th. And this piece of taillight, as this fine officer has just testified, was not found until February 4th. Curious?
If I may have.
Yes.
McDickle says, remember, Berkey called Gallagher and he didn't want to play that day. Did he get tan since yesterday? Oh, he does. Maybe he's been skiing this season. He's got raccoon eyes, looks like, from ski goggles.
May we approach briefly?
Sure.
Further on.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure.
Okay, here they're going to approach now. Thanks, K Music Taylor. Says you're the only channel I support except Duty Ron. You both educate, not fluff. Thank you.
Event that happened. All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes.
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So you've known him-
He was 12. I was probably 16 or so,
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert, I've known since junior high,
Which would be about what age?
13, 14,
You grew up with
12,
Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian?
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris? I'm
Yes.
using first names only because they're all named
Sure,
Albert.
sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with, that involved Chris Albert?
Yes,
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
yes,
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight, that he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No,
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
yes,
Okay, at some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
yes,
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
yes,
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by quote unquote activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Okay, this is masterful because you'll notice that our AJ, Alan Jackson, smooth as butter, LA attorney, is narrating this cross. He is using Sergeant Lank's words from yesterday to masterfully craft his questions because that's what Sergeant Lank said yesterday. And so he's going to say exactly what Sergeant Lank said yesterday on the stand during the proffer to question him because he can't deny any of this stuff because it's already on the record from yesterday. Are you seeing what's going on here? Masterful. But now he's going to sink his own ship. He's going to sink his own battleship because he's going to start volunteering information in order to correct things that Alan Jackson is saying. And that's how, my friends, we swing the door open. So let's go back to this long-winded answer because now he's opening the door. So hang on. And if you're ahead on another stream, please, please, please do not give us any spoilers. We're watching this together for the first time.
Was there a fight that you believe you just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes,
Okay, at some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
yes,
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
yes,
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by quote unquote activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes,
And you engaged in that fight.
yes,
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes,
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Goode to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview?
When Sergeant Goode contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Goode contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And because you knew 34 Fairview as being the home of Boston police officer Brian Albert. Masterful. I love how he didn't even ask him to confirm that he was off duty until getting out there that a fight did ensue, that he did become involved in this fight, melee, fracas, whatever you'd like to call it at this point, the shenanigans, and then got him to say that he was off duty, and then got him to say, just like you were off duty, sorry, when Goode called you. Let's go back. Goode, was it the date of the accident, of the incident, January 29th that he's talking about, or the day when they went back to find the taillight pieces? Hold on.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Goode to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Goode contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Goode contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No.
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me. So in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes.
Okay. And I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were, in fact, a Canton police officer
Yes.
at the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the two brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
No.
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
Yes.
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
No. The struggle had already occurred.
All
The
right.
struggle,
So let me make sure I get the timing
the
right.
bite.
You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes.
And
Who struck you?
Struck him back.
Yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No.
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes.
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
No, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the
That's-
night
that's
of
a
the
yes or
incident.
No question. I'm just looking at the
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
Another part of the masterful questioning is to say something inaccurate so that this witness feels like he needs to correct you. And in doing so, he will feel so righteous in correcting you on the little details that he now remembers from 22 years ago that he will walk himself into another trap and or burst open the door with a battering ram. Watch this. It's masterful. We're watching it for the first time. I'm just giving you my analytic prediction of what I think is going to happen here.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know.
Okay. So let's just crickets. Is Lally given a little objection sign to Lally? Because if Lally wanted to object, he should have been on his feet immediately. Let's go back and listen to that moment of silence before that objection. And then the judge will help the witness by saying, can you answer that? So that the witness has a chance to say, no, I can't.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Crickets.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Keep going.
Officer Lank, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
He was terrified.
Who happened?
What?
Excuse me. Who happened to be Chris Albert.
Do you think the jury is buying this? This member of the community was terrified. And he just happened to be a member of the Albert family. And so I just happened to. Do you think the jury is buying any part or parcel of this? I wish we had somebody we knew sitting in the courtroom who could tell us what the jury is doing right now. Are they furiously writing notes? Are they rolling their eyes? Are they putting head in hands like we cannot even believe that this is our police department in Canton, Massachusetts? Are you kidding? Just happened to be a member of the Albert family. This member of the public was terrified. Is that what he said? Terrified.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do.
and a colleague.
Yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Rae Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Bias. He said bias, not conflict. He said bias. Did you hear it? He said, the question was, you're aware that the Canton PD was removed from this case because of a perceived conflict between the Canton PD because Kevin Albert worked there and he said, yes, a perceived bias. Okay, we're taking it back, my friends. We have a rewind button and that's what we're using it for. Listen to the question and then listen to the answer.
Brother of Brian, and you're also well aware. I mean, you've friend as well as a coworker
I do.
and a colleague,
Yes.
and you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Okay, so he just repeated perceived bias. I'm sorry. I thought he said just conflict, but he said perceived bias. So he's not using the conflict verbiage. He's using the bias. He chose carefully, maybe not so carefully, what he wanted to say that. There.
Can you tell me one more time, now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Goode.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Goode.
Okay, so Sergeant Goode didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Goode told you before you actually arrived, he sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did a light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Goode, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Goode was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed either, well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because it was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Goode?
Yes.
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about, 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of,
So let's not describe it.
sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It looks like the scene from that morning from, I believe it's going to be the top one anyways, that 683 Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like Possibly Sergeant Goods, based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward. To the 28:40 mark or so.
If it's too small for you to read, it says the top view is Officer Saraf dash cam at 6:34:41 a.m. and the bottom screen is Officer Goode's dash cam from the same time, 6:34:41 a.m.
Mr. Bates, play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Seraph dash cam?
Yes,
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
So, this is great. Great freeze frame job on my part. So you're just going to take her word for it? Is that how we do our police investigations in Canton? If you're a townie and you've lived there since high school, we just believe each other? Wow. Wow.
Find out what happened, correct?
Mr. McCabe,
At least implicate people inside the house.
based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
So he sent a civilian into the house to wake up her sister at his direction. They're changing. This is the story now. At his direction, Jen McCabe wasn't sneaking into the house. He told her to go into the house to wake up her sister. Okay? Okay. Speechless. I'm speechless.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You thought that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you had an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
They're coming for you, Lank. You hear the sirens? They're coming for you.
I'm just letting the siren go on.
That's fine.
Lieutenant Lank, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jim McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
You've described for the, I don't know if it's tan
It's-
or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay, toward the shoulders.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video, and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about. Apologize. No, go. No, sorry. I'm standing in front of someone. Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe right there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You're taking a call
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is.
We'll tell you. 6:35:40.
I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was
Ooh.
from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes.
you may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it?
You can see he's on the phone. He's walking away. He's on the phone. He's walking away on the bottom screen, closest
Go ahead and pause it.
to the bottom of the
You're
screen.
on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
One thing about AJ, he does not come without receipts. Get ready for it.
Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead.
This call's going on for almost a minute.
Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Sarif.
Go ahead and play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Sarif right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Goode?
Could we play it back?
With
Excellent.
the board's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Let the jury see it again. Liar, liar, pants on fire.
You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead.
Lank is on the phone. Goody's coming over, out of frame. Do they know where the frame is of the dash cam? I don't know. Don, I see your comment here. Current chief of Canton never took a test before getting promoted to chief. I think chief is the one exception. I think chiefs are appointed.
How's it?
I know they are here.
You've walked back into the frame?
Yes,
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can't you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. How's it? Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the
Pacing.
phone?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This phone call is lasting well over a minute. The defense has a lot of phone records that they had to fight to get through Rule 17 motions.
How's it? Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play it. How's it? At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
A long call. Waiting for the lights to go on. Court is supposed to end at 1 today, for those who are wondering. You can hear a pin drop in the courtroom. Yep. Defense is letting the jury know how long that call was. Brilliant.
At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit. Because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Stop it. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have
Really?
any idea who you were talking to?
You call yourself a detective?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jim McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct? The
I
fire
believe,
engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
Yes.
Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Carrie Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Karen Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC. I'm sorry, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why? Why can't you testify about what that call was about?
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No. I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police Dispatch.
Okay, fair enough.
Tell
At
us what
some
that is.
point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton Dispatch and CPAC Dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And
I-
okay,
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
all right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated
I
that he
believe.
does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it,
Correct.
end quote. Sergeant Lank, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And
He
what
had
makes
been
you
in a
say-
fight or
you didn't
whatever?
say-
Hold on a second. We're taking that back. Taking that back.
I'm responding to 34 Fairview. We have a Boston police officer who was just found.
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated
I
that he
believe.
does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, "I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it."
I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Did you catch that? He didn't say, I'm not sure if he was hit by a car or whatever. He said, I'm not sure if he was in a fight or whatever. Do you think maybe that's a recorded call? I am on point today with my freeze frames. I got to write this down, so I'm just going to pause for a second. There was a comment in the chat, I think, from somebody named Dorothy, who said the volume on the lawyers could be a little louder. The witness volume is good, though. I have no control over that. There's a sound person in the courtroom for the pool photographer. There's nothing I can do about that. So I can't fix it. If I had control over the soundboard in the courtroom, it would be much different, but I don't. So we have to deal with what we have. And that is all we have. I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
End quote. Sergeant Lank, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I
Yes.
stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene,
Would it
Chaotic scene?
possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
refresh your recollection if we played the tape for you?
But you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video.
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard.
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential that there was
A
let me
fight.
rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No.
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was at that point in time. I didn't know what it was.
But you said you don't know if it was a fight or whatever, and you call yourself a detective. Are you seeing what's happening here, folks? Are you seeing what's happening here?
Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Wow.
Those were my words. Yes.
She just coughed again. Did you hear her cough? That was the judge coughing. Hold on. For those of you who are, spewing some conspiracy theory that there may be some signals going on here, notice that the judge just coughed. Hold on. A multitude of things, like a golf ball. Yeah. Kate, like you got hit by a golf ball. A multitude of things, like a drowning. A multitude of things, like he fell off a cliff. A multitude of things, like he jumped out a window. I hope there's a recording of this call to dispatch where he says, I don't know if he was in a fight or whatever. And I hope we're going to find out who he's talking to on the phone when he walked out of frame. Listen for the cough if you didn't hear it the first time.
Maybe it was just a heart attack.
I didn't know what it was at that point in time. I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words, yes.
Cough.
So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something.
Oh, drowning.
Again, it could have been a multitude of things that caused those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had
Cough
trauma
again.
to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It took her 3 coughs for him to object. 3 coughs, then he objects. I don't know. Do you think maybe cough drops are in order? Day 6 of the Karen Reed trial is brought to you by Hall's Mentholyptus. He didn't die from a heart attack. Taking it back a little bit.
Caused those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sustained. If I cough 3 times on
Did
the
you believe that
ceiling.
there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier. It was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somebody else coughed.
Did you?
Somebody else coughed, and then he objected again, and then it was sustained again. Okay, I thought maybe you guys were joking about this, but now I'm starting to see this. Oh my God. Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary. You are a sergeant detective, Michael Lank, are you not? And yet you cannot even admit that there was a possibility of a violent incident, including a fight, because that's what you said to dispatch. But now you're going to go in the house and all that flies out the window because they told you. They told you. He never came in the house, so he just believed them.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
No.
Did you
It's reasonable to believe that if he was in a fight, that it might have started inside that residence. They told you he was supposed to come there. You're a detective. Why is that sustained? Why is that sustained? Saving the McAlpits 1 cough at a time, someone said.
believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
They were approaching.
Yes.
Yeah, approach. Absolutely approach. March right on up there and tell this judge what is up. Because if he is the detective that is charged with trying to find out what happened to the dead police officer on the front lawn, and you're not allowed to ask him about what he was thinking about this investigation and whether
Given what you believe,
or not the fight could have started in the house.
Lieutenant Lank,
Are you kidding?
man,
Sure.
I'm gonna have a stroke.
Lieutenant Lank, given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house?
If it had been a confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
Right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
So you
Well,
believed
you
them?
didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
Oh,
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it.
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to. And she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
oh,
Have you ever
because you
been
spoke
in
to,
your course of investigating cases? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
masterful. Have you ever been lied to by a witness? Can you answer that, officer? Wink, wink, nod, nod. Does she go? Say, is she a goer? Wink, wink, nod, nod. He said, yes, I have been lied to by a witness. Snap, slam dunk. We're done here, folks. We are done. This case should have been never brought to trial, and you are seeing why. You are seeing what we have been analyzing for months. You have seen what Karen Reed has been enduring for more than 2 years. Jen McCabe was in charge, Wendy. Jen McCabe was in charge, and because Jen McCabe gave him a timeline of events, he had no reason to believe that this violent altercation or fight that was his first gut. You know, a lot of detectives go with their gut, right? You go with your gut when you're investigating something. His gut was, might have been a fight or whatever. That's what he said to dispatch. He didn't say, might have been a car accident or whatever. Because despite whatever's going on with him now, and since January 29th of 2022, on the scene, when he got there, he thought it could have been a fight or whatever. But now, whatever Jen McCabe said is what goes. And the sidebar was Alan Jackson arguing he's got to answer that question. It goes to state of mind. When he came back, he said, was your state of mind at the time that you thought there was a fight? Okay. Jen McCabe is not on Canton Police Department, and she is a civilian witness. Her sister is the homeowner. She was friends with John O'Keefe for 10 years, and yet when we heard her on the 911 call yesterday, she said, there's a man passed out in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. Can you send someone? Okay, that's how you talk about a fallen police officer, your friend of 10 years, John O'Keefe. You don't mention him by name. There's a man passed out in the snow. Juries do not leave their common sense at the door. And rest assured, they are not leaving their common sense at the door today. They have not left their common sense at the door since they started hearing evidence in this case a week ago Monday. And they're now looking at each other. They're not supposed to talk about the case. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Keystone Cops. And look, I back the blue 100%. This is not bashing law enforcement. There are many, many, many. Most law enforcement officers are excellent at what they do. You be the judge on Canton PD and how they handled this investigation of a fallen brother in blue.
Have you ever been in your course of investigating cases? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of
Buying
those
time.
investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
I don't recall.
Oh, basement
You
tour.
remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
I don't know. Aren't detectives supposed to be observant? Everyone is suddenly forgetting about this basement door that's right inside that front door to the left that goes, I think it's to the left, he said, that goes into the basement. Everyone's conveniently forgetting about that door. Nobody knows that door was there. The defense theory is becoming clearer to me. Has to do with that door to the basement.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there.
Broken
I
furniture.
didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
The answer is
So if I were
no.
to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
Oh, they've all been coached on probable cause.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Yes.
Let's move on from this.
No. No. He's allowed to ask it.
One of the ways to secure a premises, any premises in a normal crime scene investigation, would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it. and lock it down,
Animals.
Correct?
If there was reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you hear any animals? Did you hear any barking going on? You're going to find out, my friends, that later when Proctor interviews Nicole and Brian Albert and Jen and Matt McCabe, he doesn't do it at 34 Fairview. He reports to the McCabe residence to do those interviews. Okay. So this witness wants you to believe that he's absolutely incompetent and that he is the arbiter of probable cause. He did not remove anyone from the house or the animals to preserve what could potentially be a crime scene. And at that point, isn't it the district attorney's job to decide whether or not there's probable cause, whether or not to get a search warrant? A dead man on the lawn, right, is not probable cause in Canton for a search warrant. Let's not even remove people from what could be a possible crime scene. Wow.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No,
Did you
Didn't need
allow
to.
witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
yes.
Who was that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No,
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing
correct.
or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
No idea. Nothing to see here, folks. Not important.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No idea what they were talking about. No idea what they were doing. Doesn't matter. Nothing to see here, folks.
Given
Nope.
the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Goode. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews,
Yes,
at least according to Sergeant Goode, you were taking charge.
sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
Premises or that location?
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you note where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No,
Nope.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing.
no.
Somebody coughed in the middle of that question, so I want to take it back.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing.
No.
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
No.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house.
I did not.
No.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes,
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes,
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Violent.
Yes,
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No,
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages, or communications?
no,
No. No.
Do you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
yes,
You also interviewed his wife.
yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I do not.
Did not notify
You indicated
anyone.
that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you
Yeah.
then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside.
Mhm.
To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Did you take any notes? We know you didn't record it, even though you had a cell phone in your pocket. Did you take any notes?
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening.
Yes.
Unbelievable. But not really.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You'd already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house,
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back
yes.
because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
Yes.
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
Yes.
Were they within earshot?
Yes.
And they listened to that conversation as well.
Yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No.
None.
No.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes.
of the yard. Is that right?
That's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No.
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No, we-
eat steaks. You eat STAKES.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
You know what a steak is, but you don't know what a recording is.
So if the crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a let's give up on it. Wouldn't do it any good.
No.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes.
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
Yes.
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely, I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open.
Yes.
After 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open, unsecured, and open to the public. Listen up, guys.
Secured
Yes.
and available to anybody who.
I'm going to take it back.
And all all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
Yes.
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely, I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open,
Yes.
unsecured,
Yes.
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
Correct.
Uh-huh. You didn't think it was
One of the
possible.
reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes.
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
Sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not
Good.
too much further with this, though.
Stop
Just got
it.
a couple of quick questions about this.
Stop
Could you repeat
handcuffing
that,
him.
please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes.
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
Yes.
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
Yes.
Yes.
Setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering, obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware. At this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve.
So the state police, despite the fact that around 8 a.m., police officer John O'Keefe was declared dead at 7:50 a.m. Massachusetts State Police has jurisdiction of all homicide cases. They were also conflicted out because of the Kevin Albert connection at Canton PD. He's telling us that the Massachusetts State Police has told them they are not going to respond, and therefore we are just going to leave the crime scene unsecured because at this point it's not a crime scene anymore because the Massachusetts State Police has decided not to show up. What? We're going to take that back and listen to this response again.
Crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering, obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware. At this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
What?
In your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
Dead police officer. No scene. Nothing to see here.
Both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes.
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
We searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area.
6x6 or 7x7?
It's the only
roughly.
area that they searched.
6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong,
Wasn't it very
Yes.
windy?
like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
It would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes.
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
Yes.
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Goode, Officer Mulaney, Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did find the blood, however, is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt, the debris, and the grass, and everything else, along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
And those solo cups were not contaminated because we actually opened the package of solo cups. And therefore, as such, those solo cups were sterile, not contaminated. I have secondhand embarrassment for this witness, and I have learned through the coverage of this case that I am getting second and third hand embarrassment for so many people involved in this case. Are you? Am I alone?
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt and snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't a sterile cup.
No,
Certainly wasn't a crime scene cup.
no.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
No. He doesn't know the basics of evidence collection.
After
Don't stump
when
him.
you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there's multiple contributors to blood, multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
No, that is an absolutely proper question.
Once these unsealed.
Hold on. You didn't document which blood drop you scooped into which cup. Therefore, if there were different contributors of those blood drops, you wouldn't know who would belong to whom. Why is that objectionable? Why is that a sustained objection? He needs to answer for his incompetence. He needs to say it out loud. Bernie wants to know, is this real or am I hallucinating? I think we all took the same psychedelics this morning because we are all here on the same trip. That is a fair question. Thank you, Mama Ames. The truth doesn't matter, folks. The truth doesn't matter because we don't even know if that was Officer John O'Keefe's blood surrounding him. Could have been the blood of an assailant. This man told you that he thought he was maybe in a fight or something. He said that to dispatch. If he was in a fight, does it strain credulity that some of the blood droplets that they found around the body, where maybe the body allegedly was, could belong to someone else like the assailant? Microdots. Isn't that a hallucination? Isn't that a thing? Purple microdot, wasn't that a thing all the way back in the college days? Mescaline, a hallucinogenic? Microdots help us understand.
Sealed cups were in your possession. What did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes,
There is generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
it should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene,
Yeah.
not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could
That'd be one way to do it. One way or another. They're gonna find you. They're gonna get you one way. You're not getting out of this. You're not getting out of this, Lank. You're not. You're not getting out of it.
see it.
Yes,
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
yes.
Can we have tab 23? Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
They found the crime
Uh,
tape.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as exhibit 37. You see the little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Let's go to tab 24. You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag. But actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it
Oh,
does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
it looks like an evidence bag, but it says Stop and Shop on it.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not sure.
So he legit thought that was an evidence bag. And now he's saying, oh, but it looks exactly the same as a Stop and Shop bag. So I mistakenly thought that was an evidence bag, but really what had happened was it was a used paper bag from Stop and Shop. That could have salmonella in the bottom of it if somebody had some raw chicken in there, right? You can't make this up, folks. You can't make this up. This is unscripted television. This is reality television from Canton. Maybe the grocery bagger did it, somebody said.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I
Yeah,
can
let's hear
tell
that
that it's the
again.
Canton.
Thanks, Mama Ames. Thanks. We're going to rewind that again. You hear whispering? I heard somebody whispering.
You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag.
Stop and
But
Shop
actually,
bag.
it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at
He
first.
laughed about it. He
Right,
laughed.
except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
Oh, I love that. Evidence bag. I mean, Stop and
I'm
Shop
not
bag.
sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sallyport. So it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
Matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
It appears to be solo cups with substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups or those the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
Okay. Okay. I'm looking at this on my second screen over here, which is larger than the first screen. It looks like there's like something it's like snowballs in the middle, like it's still frozen. Right next to. So notice that the blood DNA is right next to the alleged murder weapon, aka Karen's Lexus SUV. Right there. Can you say cross-contamination maybe? But at least the guy's wearing gloves. So there's that.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
That appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay. Let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And do you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white
Another
rag
cough.
right there.
I do.
Okay. That appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they
And
appear to
reason
be.
you- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. I'm sure.
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Are you, well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before
There you go. Build a foundation, my friend.
to seal anything?
No,
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the
Not
top
my
of
job.
my head.
he doesn't recall using evidence
How
tape
long have you
ever.
been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011, 12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
Come on.
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
When, if you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Oh, she just gave him an out. Do you know the answer to that? How long is this going to go on? Do you think the jury believes him that he's been a detective, police officer for 24 years, 30 years, and he's never used evidence tape and he can't talk to the procedure that's used? Can you answer that?
Question?
Thank you. That's all I have for this.
Decimated.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh, really?
Sure.
Okay. Because you didn't like that excoriation publicly of a public servant of the town of Canton? Was that too much for you, Judge Canoni? They're standing up, so I'm assuming they're letting the jury go. Somebody said, we're not asking if the tape was your friend. Absolutely no chain of custody. No, none. Why would there be? He doesn't even know how to use evidence tape. He was not even allowed to testify as to how evidence tape is placed on evidence, whether it's cut or torn when the evidence is opened. Wow, just wow. Wow, just wow. They gave the AV guy that they had to fight in the courtroom, they gave him a little folding table because they wouldn't allow him to fit at the defense table. The judge said there wouldn't be room for him, but he's there. He's doing a fine job of putting the evidence up on the screens for us all to see, highlighting and enlarging things. But the judge wanted them to rely on the Commonwealth's AV squad. And the defense was like, yeah, no, we need our person in here. Please and thank you. More coughing. Props to the AV guy. Sounds like Lally is outside being annoying. Virginia, thanks for gifting a membership. That's so sweet. Kathy, thank you so much for your super sticker. Thank you, Gerda, for becoming a member. Thank you, Anon, for your $5 super chat. It says, thank you for covering this case with all your legal knowledge and professionalism. And I love the snark and passion. Love it, love it, love it. Sometimes we have to laugh or we'll cry. And the same anonymous person says, thanks for your $10 super chat. Can the judge have some repercussions on the way she's ruling over this case? Maybe appeal. Judges are supposed to be indifferent, and she
All right,
seems
Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
she seems to decide more for the prosecution, correct? They are supposed to be indifferent. There could be some appealable issues here, but judges, just like many public officials in the United States, have immunity from certain actions or causes of action, I should say. Thank you for the super chat.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Mr. Lally, you can try and rehabilitate, but good luck with that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to
Briefly.
incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
No, you don't.
So I had left.
You don't let him just do a narrative. Can you tell us in your own words what happened? Oh, so now you're going to let him narrate the entire story from 2002? You are opening the floodgates, Mr. Lally. The floodgates. He's going to open the door on everything. This is going to be juicy. Hang on, my friends. Hang on.
The establishment.
I got to hear this question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment. Centerfields is what it was called at the time. And the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink. So I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron. And as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lapalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend."
Pleaded with them. He was drinking. Okay. They want us to believe he was drinking, and he did the nice thing of driving a patron home as a favor to the owner of Centerfield's bar. Okay. And he got out of his car and pleaded with them to not hurt his friend, Chris Albert, who was terrified. Okay.
There's not going to be a fight tonight. And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lapalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched. And at that point, I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
A wrestling match ensued.
You were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was it?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point. And he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work.
Great. Let's call
which
him
was
as a
couple of
witness.
days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified if you know?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Isn't he the police? He's
Now,
yelling for
any
someone else to call the
relevance
police. Is anybody's credulity strained here? Now we're getting into story time. Keep opening the door, because now we're going to call in your shift supervisor who told you, don't worry about filing a report. You can do that whenever you come back, after they come back to file a complaint against you. No, he couldn't use a phone because he yelled for someone else to call the police. This is so crazy.
Be notified if you know?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at?
I need to take that question back a second.
One.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know,
Yes.
whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
You were asked some questions about on the cruiser cam video whether you were on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you were on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, you talked a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
More coughing.
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present and Matt was also to my right.
So they never let him get past the foyer. Do you think that was intentional? Really? They're sitting on the stairs right by the front door in the foyer. They're not inviting him into the kitchen or somewhere perhaps where they might be more comfortable, make a pot of coffee. No, notice how they are confining him to the foyer area, and they're sitting on the stairs. Jen McCabe is to her right. Does that strain credulity, my friends? Does for me.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Ms. McCabe further.
We went in through the door to the right, so it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area, and that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? If you know.
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion. What, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house? Anything askew? Anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Everything looked to be in order. There was no broken furniture and there was nothing misstrewn about. But I submit to you, he was kept in the foyer for a reason. What say you?
Lank, you indicated, Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
A recross.
Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the Localito brothers, correct?
Yes.
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you're describing. Isn't that true?
Correct.
You also indicated that they made either a threatening comment to you or a disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Is it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No.
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
No, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help who was clearly in fear.
Sure.
Who happened to be in Albert.
Happened to be in Albert.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set,
Thank you.
Lieutenant, you're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony, in, please.
Wow,
Who's your
we're a
next
little bit
witness?
behind.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Rae.
Okay.
Lieutenant Charles Rae. Okay, don't know who this gentleman is,
Arrived that day.
but we're going to find out.
The number of the exhibit, whatever it is. Good. Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, please?
Charles Rae, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, I'm going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came into work the day shift at about 7:30 a.m.
And what is the day shift of the Canton
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
I'm speeding it up a little bit.
Police? And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is a shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is, in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Shungard.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer. And he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goode, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
At some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of 2 young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide to do?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it was just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe as a jury, so what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be 2 young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon. We wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and
Why didn't you just ask Jen McCabe to do it? Because she's apparently been in charge of this investigation the whole time. She is tasked with going back into the house and waking up her sister and her brother-in-law. She's been telling police to come back to the scene to give them more information. She's been orchestrating this whole orchestra. So why is it that you didn't ask Jen McCabe to go check on the kids? Or why is it that you didn't ask Jen McCabe if she was with the kids? But no, we're going to send some police over to the house.
wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could
Where that?
provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor?
Yes, 682.
And is that the cruiser that you use to go to One Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and he was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Leanne have with regard to the department? Specific role?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning?
I have now, yes.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant? Do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for about a minute.
It's the interior of the Sallyport, 12922 at 8:16 a.m.
Gilman, if you could pause it there. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 25 seconds. Nine minutes and 25 seconds. Nine minutes and 25 seconds. 'If you could play it from there, please. if you could pause it there. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
1 Meadows Ave.
And sort of toward the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No,
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of 1 Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
yes,
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. If you could pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Now, so it appears from this you pull into the driveway at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of sort of the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or do you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well-being check?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No,
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. You could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who is that?
that was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. May we approach?
Okay.
Please approach. Who's the other car? There's another car in the driveway. Whose car is that?
We'd ask those same 3, stay just for a minute, please. Phone break for today.
Okay.
So, jurors, that's it.
That's it. They left us hanging on that.
That's it for today. We'd ask those same, don't do any here or read anything about this till 8:30.
Jurors, again, leaving your.
Is that it?
All rise, please.
That's it. Coming back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Well, my friends, that was it. A real cliffhanger today. leaving us with the video of Karen's car in the driveway at One Meadows where they were going to do a wellness check on the niece and nephew. But aside from that, it was pretty explosive today. We learned a whole lot about Detective Sergeant Lank, about what he thinks is good police work, about collecting evidence in solo cups, leaf blowers, about Sergeant Lank's maybe or maybe not inserting himself into many, many instances of Albert drama and coming in to save that. You can get that zoomed in later. I have to run because I have an appointment this afternoon. But wow. We're going to be back in the morning for a full day of court tomorrow. Go back and watch it. Go over to Microdots and see if Microdots has anything new posted on YouTube or Twitter if you choose to go onto the Twitter. What a day. What a day. I can't wait to recap it with you after I have a chance to go through all of my notes. There is only half days on Tuesdays and Thursdays in this trial from 9 to 1. We're a little behind, so it's 1:30 now here on the East Coast, but definitely some very wow moments. Go back, write down all your favorites. We'll talk about them in the morning. Please hit the like button and the subscribe on the way out and hit the bell so you will get all notifications when I go live, which will be again tomorrow morning for a full day of testimony in what we are now calling the Twilight Zone Karen Read case. And also, let me know what you're thinking. Let me know what you think the jury's thinking. And let me know if you think that they're seeing right through all of this. Wow, we only saw the base of the glass, remember, that cocktail glass, that drinking glass that some people have been posting out there apparently, because you guys are sending me the posts, that is in fact exactly the same glass that Officer O'Keefe was seen walking out of the waterfall bar with on video. So let me know what you think. I will see you tomorrow morning. And remember, my friends, be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard, really not that hard. Moderators, I love you. You are the best. And you make this all possible. Peace out, my friends. See you tomorrow.